Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do that, me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See her. She didn't make it, Grease.
Here? Should you get out?
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia, and I hate it. Oh wait, is that an empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. There's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And-
should be the upcoming update that's...
What the hell is that?
That is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to
So
Barry.
is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop?
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh fuck! What was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah. You know what, T? You know I will get you for this.
Yeah, I know.
I will
Oh,
get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
Oh, well, I missed this.
All right.
Oh, well,
Anything on your?
I missed
Anything on your?
this.
All
Do
right.
you want to play ball with me?
Anything on your? Anything on your? All
Do
right.
you want to? Okay. Fuck that. No.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No. Just
Magna.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
It shuts off the armor.
Let me see if there's a switch over here.
Be
Well,
loud.
these switches here.
That was not us.
Again. All right.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought
that was Serena. I heard Mom.
me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
The maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It sounded
I-
like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your because
No,
I hear
it
you
wasn't me.
squeaking
It
now,
wasn't.
and it doesn't
Nothing got
sound
caught
like
in my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely, definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah. They're just not talking to us right now.
They're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go into the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just going to come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So, there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it could destroy my software. But I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. But I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures in companions and you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is going to be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute.
I'll move your butt just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah,
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
that might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did someone just? Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got. No, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got
Saylor! Steve Saylor! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal, and it's a motherfucking raid seal! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay.
Sup, everybody? Whoa, my god!
I didn't even know I had that on. I didn't even know I had that on. That was interesting, now wasn't it?
I could do the entire stream like this if I wanted to. Hi, everyone. It's Beelzebub. I'm a demon and I follow T home. No, I'm just kidding. Come on. You know who it is.
No, I'm okay.
We're alright. We're alright. The T-Monster Monster. Yes, T-Monster squared, if you will. Yes, I am the T-Monster. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. And if we get rated, yes, you will meet Twitch Dad tonight as well. What a day! What a day! This feels good. It was a really good day. I just put the final touches, and that's one of the reasons why I'm running a little late. Is that pop-up mine? Which pop-up is that? Oh, geez. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me. Is it on my stream? Let me just double check. Please hold. Your call is very important. What is that? Browser working. Ash. What the hell? Where the hell is that? I think that might be your. No, I don't even know where that pop-up is. It's well, no. It's. Hang on. Oh, I'm all kinds of kerfuffled now. All right. There's that. It's not OBS because I'm not running OBS. This is Streamlabs. But Streamlabs shouldn't be doing this either. OBSblurp.com host error. The hell is that? Where's that coming from? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It might be, and Dorito is here to help. Thank God for that. Dorito is here to help. It might be something to do with, I think I know what it is now. It must be something to do with did anybody try a blurp? Because if you tried, that's what it is. It's something to do with blurp. Blurper's been acting really squirrely of late. That's really weird. I got it. It's the Blurp extension. Let me try something. I want to see if my blurps. I had a blurp panel here. I know I did. I had a blurp panel here one time. Did I move the blurp? I might have moved the blurp panel. Blurp. Okay. Unpin after. Yeah. How about that? Unpin after 20 minutes. Sounds great. Yes. Sounds great. Let me just. Everything's breaking on me. I was having a really good day too, and now everything wants to break on me. Oh yeah, and of course dinner showed up. Dinner shows up just as I go live. That's on me though. So I was running a little late because I wanted to finish up my 5-minute paranormal, and I've got it done. So feeling pretty damn good about that. If anybody is curious, I was kind of hoping that I was going to be able to do a sorry T hashtag break things. I break things. Yeah, it's funny you should say that. I'm going to get to that in a second. What I'm trying to figure out though is I used to have a panel up here that let me. Oh, there it is. There's Blurp. Okay. I'm just gonna try one. here. Wow, they got trending blurps on this thing. Very cool. Let's just try this one. This one's for Cammy.
Shuffle.
Yeah. Okay, that's the preview. Oh, I see. Let's try that one. Play on stream. I just want to see if it's.
I'll stick around. I'm full of bad ideas.
There you go. All right, and it looks like it played just fine. So I would say try again. Try again with your thing, Panic, and it should work. Should work. That's the operative word. Should. You know, it's funny though with things that are breaking when they shouldn't break, and and talking about things that break without any expectation, but because it's technology, we kind of
shuffle.
There we go. All right, it worked fine. We're all good. Shovel it is. I'm broken. No, you're not broken. No, if you want to feel better about yourself, if you really want to feel better about yourself, I have the cure for you. So it just aired last night on Discovery, and I think this is the new tactic with streaming outlets. What they're doing now is they take new concept. Yeah, do you want to get on this conversation? Yeah, you want to get in on this conversation.
Hi, Chat. I'm gonna help Dad stream, and when I need my help, I'm gonna go pick some shit up and cause trouble, cause crimes. Okay. Hi, Chat. It's Dorito. Hi, I'm Dorito. Hi, everybody. We're on YouTube, too. We're on YouTube. I don't know what that is. I just know Mom's on it. Oh, my Mom on it, too, yeah.
Okay. They have baby shots of you on it. Okay. Anyway, so how the streaming services are doing things now. The only good thing Shingles ever did for me was help me lose a couple more pounds. There you go. Look for the positive, everybody. Look for the positive. By the way, I saw a picture today. I feel like I should be saluting or putting my hand over my heart. It's a blues version of the Star Spangled Banner. I'm kind of digging this. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for your national anthem. Still means something even in today's climate. All right, so the way I think that streaming services are doing things now is they are So they premiere something on one of their regular networks, and then they distribute it to their smaller streaming things, and then they eventually bump them up to special events and stuff like that on their bigger outlets, I guess. I say this because literally today, Pip and I joined and then quit a service with a full 7-day trial. But we basically hopped on to the new service where you can find Discovery Channel stuff, right? And that was Talia. Oh, that was Talia. She said messages to Dorito. I will pass that on. So anyway, and I basically saw this because I tell you something. I wish I had seen this before, Val, you and I went to Penhurst Paracon, because today, or rather yesterday, on the Discovery Channel, the 2-hour documentary Implosion, the case, basically the documentary that Discovery did about the Titan submersible and everybody involved in that. Yeah, that aired the other day. Pip and I watched it this morning, and it was amazing. It was an amazing 2-hour documentary. I was pretty taken aback by what this it was one of those documentaries where I was both hating it and loving it all at the same time. And in particular, I was, the more I watched this, the angrier I got at this guy Stockton Rush. Granted, he is now deceased, and I know there's no good to speak ill of the dead, but Stockton Rush, man, that guy should be a poster child for if you think you know everything because of your education and your income. Nature will always kick you in the nads hard. I mean, this guy got a degree of engineering from MIT. He was born into a rich family. He was considered by many to be a super genius. And wow, just wow. This documentary brought to light quite a few things that I didn't know, and that I don't think a lot of the public knew either, from people that worked and used to work with him. The one that was pretty amazing. There were a lot of things in this documentary that was amazing. I think the first thing that really kind of blew my mind and blew our minds, Pip and myself, when we were watching it, there was a guy who was his director of engineering, and the Titan submersible that they were working with at the time. This I think was this is either 2021 or 2022. So at least several years before the catastrophic accident. So his engineering director, they were doing a deep sea dive, not necessarily on the Titanic, but they were testing the submersible, not with paying passengers, but they were testing the submersible, I believe, in the Bahamas, and they had gotten down to about 3,000 feet, testing some things they would need, equipment, little things like that. And they were down there, and as they were down there, they suddenly hear something go pop, as in something in the hull, something inside the hull that wasn't them, something inside the inches of carbon fiber, and they hear something pop, and they basically all said it sounded like a gunshot. And you could have heard a pin drop in this in this submersible of theirs. And yeah, they go, okay, I think we need to, they were, and the test was that they needed to complete this test, because it was a stress test to see if they could reach the same depth as the Titanic. And at the depth they were at, the engineer, chief engineer who was on this thing, the director of engineering, he basically said, yeah, we're about 96-97% done with this test, but I think after hearing that pop, we should go back up. And, Stockton, and a lot of his people, the people surrounding him were like, oh, it was probably nothing, Everybody's trying to get, kind of ease about it, dismissive about it. They're like, probably just a little pop. We pop, it happens. That's just, the carbon fiber settling in, yada, yada, all this different stuff, right? They get to the surface, and the director of engineering looks over the hull, and, as they're getting ready to look over the hull, Stockton Rush is saying, it's probably a tiny crack. It's no big deal, just a tiny crack. And again, keep in mind, this is years before the implosion. And they discover a crack running the entire length of the carbon fiber hull. Now, keep in mind, Titan was two, there were two titanium globes on either end of this, but the main hull is carbon fiber. Now, I'm the first one to say, I do not hold a degree in engineering. I do not necessarily know how things work on the molecular level of engineering, but here's what I do know, even before the implosion. Carbon fiber, okay. The key word in that descriptive material is fiber. Carbon fiber. Yes, it's supposed to be tougher, it's supposed to be lighter, it's supposed to be all these great things. And I'm not saying it ain't, but part of the reason why fiber of any kind, whether it's in your clothes, whether it's in a car, whether it is in anything, in any kind of different thoughts or whatever, it's about fibers. And fibers work best when they are working together. If something cracks, that fiber loses integrity. And this was a crack that ran the entire length of the carbon fiber hull of the first rendition of the Titan submersible. Now, being the director of engineering, he took it to Stockton Rush, the CEO, and he said, "We have a problem," and he submitted it both verbally and formally. There is a problem with this hull. It needs to be scrapped. It does not have a fault. It has catastrophic. It has suffered a failure. We need to scrap the hull and start over again. Stockton Rush got this report, both verbally and then on paper. He thanked the director of engineering, and then he promptly fired him. He fired his director of engineering, and they rebuilt the next edition of with the same hull. They rebuilt the next edition. Here's another little tidbit though about this edition. This is the edition that Josh Gates had written in. They still said, "Oh yeah, this is dive 44, dive 45," right? But that particular edition, the one that had been built, that Josh Gates wrote in, yeah, they hadn't taken that thing down for more than 3 dives. But because it was the same hull, it was the same composition, and I don't know if this is normal or not, but they basically said, yeah, this is dive 45. I'm like, no, that's dive 3 with this brand new one. Dives 1 through 44 or whatever it was. Yeah, that was with the other sub, the one that's got the crack in it now. And it is, this guy's well again, Val, it's that edgelord thing, it's the whole thing with Musk and everything like that. I think Musk, though, being the edgelord that he is not going to take because I will say this about Stockton Rush, he still had. He had the level of hubris to say, you know what? I'm going to actually pilot some of these puppies. Elon is not stupid enough to actually get into the capsule himself. He ain't going to do that. So, anyway. But you talk about... I really wish... And this is the other thing that was really cool about this documentary. I don't want to give any spoilers away. Although you could kind of say that is a spoiler, and you also know Spoiler alert. Yeah, it doesn't end well for Ocean Gate or for the Titan sub. But get this, Ocean Gate is still a business. It is still operating as a business. Something to think about there. So anyway. Please hold. My wife of Infinite Awesome is here. Hold on 1 second. So the segment with Josh Gates though, Pips by the way, she's going to be going into the other room I think and looking over some evidence along with me, which will be nice. Well, Pip, what were your thoughts on the implosion?
It had to happen.
It had to happen.
It was going to happen, like Josh Gates said. It was going to happen.
What I want to know is if it's normal that they said, yeah, this is dive 47 or dive whatever, when actually, in Josh Gates' own words, this sub that he was in had only gone down like 3 or 4 times. That can't be normal. Everything was sus. But that was the thing. So Josh Gates, hubris is a hell of a killer. But Josh Gates basically, he got invited. Hang on, everybody. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 40 seconds. Ads in 40 seconds. That is all. But for you on YouTube, for anybody that's watching on YouTube, you don't get ads. I got nothing to worry about with the ads, but it's something I'm doing on Twitch. I'm trying it out. Just want to see if it helps with my visibility and what have you, because I don't think it really helps my visibility if I say, yeah, I'm opting out. I'm not going to do ads on my stream. So hopefully the ads are appropriate and they work for me. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so Josh Gates was invited to be to go out on this new prototype sub. He was all kinds of excited about it. And then when he got sealed in, it was it was a bit sobering for him, because it was when they sealed him in, he realized there was no escape hatch. There was the only way to get out of this submarine, to get out of the Titan submersible, was to remove the front part of the submersible. So if they got into trouble, even a deep sea rescue op couldn't help them. And of course Stockton was, he was all kinds of cocky about it. Stockton Rush was his name. He was all kind of cocky about it, like, yes, you're my prisoner. Yeah. It was a rush. It was definitely a rush, but it was really kind of it was really amazing because they didn't do a full dive with Josh. It was just supposed to be a test somewhere off the shores of Seattle or something. They were just going to go down a couple hundred feet, maybe, just kind of tootle around, and that was it. And it had to be a terrifying ride for Josh Gates, because he said, and this is a direct quote, nothing worked. Nothing worked. And he even and Stockton Rush was trying his best, really trying his best, I think, to put on a good game face for Josh Gates. Now keep in mind, Josh Gates, he is a successful individual. Josh Gates, not considered necessarily a genius, not necessarily graduate of MIT or anything like that, but let's be honest, when it comes to exploration and when it comes to how things are supposed to work as an explorer, Josh Gates kind of knows his shit. He knows danger, and he understands danger. And at one point, you realize, and this is what you've heard me say it often, chat, but you've probably heard me say this on YouTube as well when I do these things. But you've heard me say reading the room. If you were to ask me what is a life skill that I hope my wife and I pass on to our daughter, it's the talent, the art, and the skill of reading the room. Because had Stockton Rush not been completely blinded by his hubris, he would have read that room very carefully. Because what they were doing to communicate, because again, nothing was working. The radio wasn't working, nothing was working, but they were going deep enough that divers were accompanying the sub. They kept putting like little messages up on the window to communicate to the divers that were accompanying them what was going on, what was wrong. And at one point, Josh says, "This guy's coming down with us. He'll be outside the sub when we go on the Titanic, right?" And he had this smile on his face that if you had the ability to read the room, you would know that Rush was failing horribly with Mr. Gates. And then while they're filming him, the software behind Stockton Rush crashes. You know, the software that runs the boat. The software that runs this submersible crashed. And Gates said, yeah, software crashed 2 or 3 times while we were submerged. And it reached a point where they had to basically go on ahead, and they said, well, I guess we'll scrub the dive, and but hey, you got an idea what it's like. And Josh, they kept the cameras running. Stockton Rush is still making jokes, cracking some one-liners, things like that. But they've got the camera. Stockton has his back to Gates and the other cameraman, and you see in the footage, you see the fear. And I'm gonna say that a little. I'm gonna say that again for the kids in the back in case you missed it. You see the fear on Josh Gates's face. I do not use these words lightly. Josh Gates is one of my heroes. I love this guy, and I saw him at Paracon, and we got a signature from him and everything. And the only thing I could think of when I met him was, so this picture of you with the plane. There's a big burly Nazi back there waiting to be punched, isn't it? And he looked at the picture and he looked at me. He's like, yeah. And it's all I could come up with. Oh, I did tell him that I became a fan of his when you did Bollywood. And he laughed, and I said, look, dude, I'm serious. That was fearless. I mean, you know, big guy like you, and you're doing Bollywood. That was probably the second fear. The first one was getting into that freaking submarine. But you saw in Josh Gates's face, this is a guy who, for a living, he basically is Indiana Jones. And he basically just looked terrified. And there was, he was like, we have to wait for them to get the bolts off this thing before we can get out. Because again, there was no escape hatch. There was no simple hatch getting in and out of the Titan submersible. And they go back to Gates later on, throughout the documentary. Because because he had this situation, and it reached a point. This whole situation with Gates, he basically said in the documentary, I had to really think about this, and then I had to get on the phone with the head of the network, and he said, I know we've invested money into flying me out there. I know we've invested money with filming. I know we've made a commitment. I don't feel comfortable with this. And when someone like Josh Gates, who goes all around the world, basically being Indiana Jones, fewer Nazis involved, of course, but he's had some sticky situations. Most of it, yes, I'm sure you're saying, it's Expedition Unknown. It's not that dangerous. It is, but it isn't. You know what I mean? There's still this element in there. For him to say, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with this, that just speaks volumes. And the entire documentary it's really amazing, because they also go into like talking with some of the people that were working on the escort ship. They showed, oh my God, they showed the footage of when it happened, and you hear it. You actually hear a bang outside, and but Josh has been in real life, for lack of a better term. I don't think Rush ever was. He was so protected that he thought he was invincible. Well, the idea of surrounding yourself with yes men, that does come up in the conversation of this documentary. I mean, it's really well done. It's really well done. They don't do anything exploitive like this is what would have happened to the human body. I mean, you can probably find like very questionable stuff like that on YouTube, but they handle it very tastefully. But it is very chilling. It is very chilling, particularly when they get into what they were able to salvage. Yeah, it was really well done. It was really well done. So keep an eye out for it, everybody. If you want to get like some of the details, not gruesome details, but some of the absolutely just things that just make you do this. Yeah, I recommend it. It's a good documentary. I did finish the 5-minute paranormal that I wanted to get finished. Now I can go on ahead and start focusing on the train museum footage that we have. In a couple of days, in 2 days, we are going to be premiering the final episode covering the historic Masonic Theater in lovely Clifton Forge, Virginia. I'm looking forward to that. I think the next couple of investigations after there, the next couple of episodes after that, it's going to be our investigation of the train station. And we're feeling good about this. We're feeling really good about this. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I'll tell you the big bonus that happened today, and I'm really I feel energized, and I feel like my step is a bit lighter because of this. I was looking at one of my older disk drives, right? And I don't know why I just about given up on it, but I was like, no, I know I didn't throw this stuff away. I know I didn't throw this stuff away. And I was just hopping around my original disk drive, because I reference a 5-minute paranormal from season 1, and I was poking around in this in the season 1 drive. I am thrilled to say, everybody, that I found the premiere file and the original files from my BRB reel and my intro hype reel, which means I will not have to create it all from scratch. I have all the files, and now I can tweak it. So I'm very happy to announce that. Now, about that, I think one of the things that I have been listening. A couple things I know I need to change in the file is I need to make it shorter. A lot of people were telling me that they feel like my intro reel is too long. I made it 15 minutes because I kind of thought that was a good idea of, like, in 15 minutes everybody gathers around, everybody comes in. What I notice is that my audience kind of spikes and then drops off within that 15 minutes. So I'm beginning to think maybe 15 minutes is too long. Somebody suggested I do a hype reel for 5 minutes. I'm like, that ain't happening. No, that's not long enough. And I think what it is that the people that I've been watching who do 15-minute hype reels at the beginning of their streams, These are people who have a bigger following, so they want to get the numbers a little more stacked before they go on board. When I started looking at people who were doing hype reels for their channels, and they had roughly the same amount of people that I had, I noticed that their reels were a lot tighter and a lot shorter. And I thought, okay, that might explain some things. So I'm going to have a shorter intro reel, and then as far as the Be Right Back reel, I will probably remove some of the gaming clips. I'm probably gonna stick with the horror clips that I have, some of the ghost hunting stuff. But here's the thing I wanted to run by everybody. So feel free to shout out either on YouTube or Twitch. I have very happy-go-lucky music, and I think that's still very appropriate for me, right? I think there is there a way to see how many of your subscribers or followers have notifications turned on for when you go live? Nick, I wish there was. I know that on Twitch. On Twitch there is an option. Give me a moment. If you go into your analytics, right? If you go into your analytics on let's see if I can find them. I'm not sure if I can access my analytics while I'm live. Don't quote me on that. No, it doesn't look like it is. But what I was gonna say, I did not do any of my live notifications. I realize. No, I know I can on my phone, Val. I know I can, but I think I noticed that it only gives me my stream analytics after I'm done. Now I am on my desktop right now, so I can go on ahead and check. But I believe under analytics, when it goes into overview for previous nights, one of the things that they tell me is they say something like how many people joined you via notifications, and it's something like 5%. You know what it is, Nick, and this is something that you just, as we are building up more content for ILF, like our fireside chats, I'm curious about retention. Oh yeah, well now it may be different for you, but I think one of the things you're going to always be contending with, it's something that I address I address it in my next 5-minute paranormal, but using YouTube as a benchmark, right? Using it as a benchmark. The reason why you hear people say on YouTube, I mean, as in, people that aren't Sam and Colby, but when they say things like, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel and enable your notifications, I would say 95 to 97% of our audience on YouTube, they're not subscribed. 90%. And I believe that part of that problem is because they get backed up in their subscriptions, and they're like, and they're getting all these notifications. So people turn their notifications off. People turn off their subs, and it's a little aggravating, but that truly is the way of the streaming world, and that's fine. I'm not sure where these notifications go out. I'm not sure where. I have a good size amount of subscriptions on YouTube, and I have a good amount of followers on Twitch. But it's now becoming, I think Twitch and YouTube have become, and this isn't anything new, I think they have now fallen into the same rut. I think that might be that's the best word I think I can use for this. The best rut. They fall into the rut that you have with Twitter and Facebook and Blue Sky and LinkedIn. You have all these people that are following you, but either A, that message isn't getting out to people, or B, there are so many people following that, but LinkedIn, very similar to Instagram, that's another good one. They're junking up their feed now with suggestions. They're and this is the thing that has been driving me crazy about Instagram. I love Instagram, but I hate Instagram all at the same time, because I know I'm following people, I know they're posting stuff, but I never see it, because Instagram is now, for every 1 or 2 people that I'm following and I want to keep track of, Instagram is now throwing out 3 or 4 people that they're suggesting I follow based on my algorithm. I'm like, can I follow? Can I get the stuff from the people first? And you see, this is where they get you, because at one time they were doing that suggestions after you got through all of your follows, but then they realized, oh crap, they are now leaving the site once they go through everybody that they follow. So now, and it's similar with Facebook. I rarely go on Facebook anymore because there's so much bad generative AI. Oh, and that reminds me of something else too. But there's so much bad generative AI out there that it is just clogging up Facebook. So thanks, Tech Bros. Speaking of AI generated content, and I've seen some people nip it in the bud, but apparently there was this story going viral about how the real reason why the current president did not shake the hands of West Point graduates. Yeah, it was all AI generated. That's a fake story. 100% fake. And welcome to the world we live in, everybody. I mean, if we ever needed the fourth column now, we need it now. We need it desperately. We need them not only pushing back against what's happening in the White House, but we also need we need sources that we can verify. Because now people are just throwing up AI generated crap, and people are taking it at face value. We have to be very, very careful about that. Very careful. And this wasn't the topic that I was necessarily going to hop on with tonight, but oh well. Yeah, I did see that apparently it was a debunked story. So yeah, it's been a wild day, man. A lot of ups and downs, but I highly recommend this this Discovery Channel 2-hour documentary called Implosion. It's just incredible. I'm very excited that I got back my my original files and everything, so that I can now go on ahead and start tinkering with the BRB reels and things like that. I will still be keeping No Kid Hungry stuff in there, because once June rolls around, I'm gonna probably try to come up with some sort of. Okay, you take it easy, Val. Thanks for popping in. But I do need to refine that. Haven't decided if I'm going to go with some spooky music for my reels, or if I'm going to go with something just the carefree stuff, because I'm enjoying it. It sets the mood. It sets the tone. I like giving this place a light air about it, even though I'm doing paranormal content. Did I find the right channel? Yes, you did. You did. But that was a nice little bonus. And then, like I said, finished the 5-minute paranormal. And I discovered today, and I'm just gonna double check this. It completely caught me off guard, and I'm like, wait, how did that happen? And I have a feeling I'm being punked. But I'm going to double check it. And it's a very easy thing for me to double check. Alright. So go in here. Just give me a moment, everybody. I want to see if I can confirm it. Or if I was just in some weird... I was in a weird zone this morning. And I just hadn't had enough coffee or caffeine to get me going. No, so far so good. So far so good. There's Danny Gonzalez. Okay. I wish there was a way I could figure out on YouTube. Can I see just the things that I'm a member of? You know, what are the memberships that I have? Okay, that's close, but not quite. I think there might be one other way I can check. Hold, please. Okay. Let me look here. It's gonna view the channel. Okay, for me, right? Alright, it must have been a fever dream then. I could have swore, chat, I was seeing some of Sam and Colby's content that was for members only. And I was kind of taken aback by that because I was not given any kind of notification that I was subbed or I was a member to Sam and Colby's channel. And I was wondering if it had been something from leftover from last night, where, you know, someone was like, "Oh, this guy's doing something on Sam and Colby. Here, I'll gift you a membership," because you can do that as well. It was just a bit. I was a bit taken aback. For anybody that missed it, last night I did a what I call a rough cut of a Sam and Colby reaction video, because Sam and Colby did they released a brand new video of the top 3 haunted Airbnbs in the United States. And they went from the most mildly haunted to the most seriously haunted of these 3 Airbnbs. And smack dab in number 2 was Linville Manor. So because Linville was in there, I had to step up and I had to see what Sam and Colby got up to at Linville Manor, because, you know, it's Linville. It's Linville.
It's a trap.
And I was worried that Sam and Colby did not do right by them. I'll say this. I was a lot nicer than I expected to be. I was a lot nicer than I expected to be. But I am going to probably release that and put it into the wild. Probably, I was hoping that I was going to get to it today. Looks like it's not going to be until Monday that I'm going to get that up. But that should be plenty of time for me. It should be still relatively, you know, it came out just this week, only a couple of days ago. So if I get that magic moment within the week, I should be fine. Yeah, it was fun doing another reaction video. And we'll see if I can get away with it, because apparently Sam and Colby, they got some very aggressive, I think that's a nice way to put it. They have some aggressive managers over there who love their cease and desists. And apparently they believe the only people that should be reacting to Sam and Colby's stuff are Sam and Colby. I mean, I don't, yeah. I mean, that's their call, but we'll see how it goes. I'm remaining optimistic, because overall I was positive. And good evening, Starman. Good to have you in stream. Let's see. I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to go up here, and I wanted to change it from just chatting to IRL. But yeah, I woke up this morning and was checking YouTube, and I'm like, I'm seeing content from Sam and Colby's channel, and it's members only. I never subbed to their. I never, became a member of their channel. That makes no sense to me. But needless to say, I thought I saw that. This morning. Wow. Okay. If you're saying if you're trying to get, wait, was this the same? Wow. Yeah, I'll just go ahead. Hide that user from the channel. There are ways to have discussions with people. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. There are ways to have discussion with people. Basically saying that you all have been fooled. That's a pretty strong way to come out of a discussion. And then there you go. How you doing there, Panic? And then to add on to that, oh yeah, but I believe in the paranormal. I'm like, you believe in the paranormal, but basically you're saying all you need to actually do this is a good camera and a good recorder. You need to open up your mind and also have a little bit of fun. That's what I would say. Stand by, everybody here. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. That's over on Twitch, by the way. If you're over on YouTube, you got nothing to worry about. But yeah, I'm hiding this dude from the channel. I kind of dig the hide user from the channel because you still get the analytics boost for the comment. But the worst bit about this comment that we got, it's on the. Oh, wait a minute! No. It was on the. It was on. Yeah, it was on the GhostTube Seer review. I'm like, yeah, dude, just calm your tits, man. It's just you have to have an open mind with this sort of thing. Vapor, how are you? First time in chat and you hear me go, calm your tits, man. Sorry. Just dealing with some YouTube static we got here. How are you, Vapor? Pleasure to have you in the channel. Actually, I should change this. I just realized this. I should have changed this. Excuse me a moment. There we go. Ghost Hunting Live, the Thursday review. That's what we got here. All right. So, if you're wondering what's happening, I'm right now just waiting until everybody gets back from ads, just so that we can start the clock clean and all that. I know we don't have a lot of people in stream tonight. That's fine. I actually am getting back into the swing of doing review streams because for the past month we have been busy. There's been a lot of hopping around. There's been a lot of activity, if you will, here at Casa de Morris, and I've been trying very, very hard to manage it all. but we're I'm starting to feel like I'm hitting a groove. I feel like I'm hitting a groove again. But I'm also trying to remember where we left off in our investigation. But for anybody that's new to this, all right, here we go. I can now talk about this because the community is back from their ad break. And again, thank you everybody over on Twitch for being so patient. and allowing me to do these ads. Again, we're just trying out something new. Want to see if it makes a difference, not only in the stream revenue, but also in my visibility, because I have a feeling, call it an intuition, call it years of working with different people involved with the internet, but something tells me when it comes to visibility, if you're running ads, it might actually help you in the long run. I'm just throwing that out there. If you are a content creator, everybody's got to keep the lights on. I get that. But let's go on ahead and let's talk about what we're going to do tonight. So tonight, we are returning to the Trinity Episcopal Church. As I said at the top of the stream, my name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. You can also call me one of the two founders of a group called Old Spirits Investigations. And we are a group based out of Virginia, and we investigate the paranormal. When I say investigate, we don't do what Sam and Colby do. We don't do what Zach Baggins does. We don't do what Mindseed, what Twin Paranormal, what here's this new guy that I sadly rediscovered and wish I had never discovered him in the first place. That would be Garrett. I can find it here. History. There we go. History. It is. Oh, come on! It just ended when I needed it. Garrett Watts. We don't do what Garrett Watts does. Mega Haunted. I have the hoodie. There you go. We don't do that. We basically do paranormal investigation along the lines of Jason Hawes, Amy's Crypt, Paranormal Quest, Paranormal Encounters. It's what we do. We try to make sense of whatever is happening in a space. And what this is this is a review. This is a review stream. And what that means is that I'm going to be looking at footage. I have to turn off the music, and we go straight into review mode. And what I do is I add in some modest production elements, and we go through the footage, and we basically try to figure out what is going on in the space that we are currently in. The space we are currently in at this part of the investigation is a place called Trinity Episcopal Church. It is an active church, which makes this a very unique experience, because rarely do churches that are active, that have a congregation, invite a paranormal team to come in. But the thing is, this particular location has quite a history, and our priest took a shine to us. So we are looking right now at the footage of Trinity Episcopal, and if anybody has any questions about the gear that we're using, the methods that we're using, why we do certain things, or even why we investigate the paranormal, feel free to ask. I try to make this whole thing a very open book, open transparency about what we do at Old Spirits. Very few, if any, I'm not saying I'm the only one, I'm just saying very few paranormal investigators will actually sit down and review footage on stream. And there are people that go, well, why do you do that? You should go on ahead and review stuff on stream, you shouldn't, or why do you do that? Because it's not the most exciting stuff. And you're right. I like to tell people this is the other side of paranormal investigation. This is the other side that you don't see on television. But this is essential. This is essential to paranormal investigation, because you want to either debunk something, or if you're very fortunate, you catch something that you cannot explain. And yeah, every little thing that happens at an investigation, is it paranormal? No. It's not. But you do have things that happen that you can't quite explain by conventional means. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the footage back. Am I on the right? Yep, I'm on the right side. So I'm going to take the footage back just a bit. And we're going to go on ahead and we're going to take a look at where we are and what's going on at Trinity Episcopal Church. So thank you, everybody. Again, if you have any questions for me, if you have any anything that if you hear something and that isn't
I just
us,
want us to know that you're here.
feel
and
free
that
to
you
let me
want
know.
communicate with us.
Is that a green light?
Yeah, it stays that way for about 20 seconds or so, and then it resets back to the blue color.
Did you say your fishing analogies you had
I haven't.
You should share it with Gail.
I want to say I shared it with Gail when we had coffee. But yeah, we describe, or I should say, I describe what we're doing right now as something.
Gail, did she make noise? Did you just go?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that was me.
Just heard.
That was me.
But it is very much like fishing in that we're casting a line and we're hoping that something responds. And you can be doing this for hours and hours. And then
one thing.
something happens and then it's 5 minutes of absolute pandemonium because you're trying to figure out what that was. I'll give a great example, and it actually happened live on stream. We were in Gettysburg. So, full stop. That's it. We were in Gettysburg. No. So we were in Gettysburg and we were doing a tour of we were doing a ghost investigation of the Jenny Wade house. And Jenny Wade was the only civilian casualty.
What's that?
Ooh.
Did you know
Red
Jenny
light.
Have you heard of Jenny Wade?
Have you heard of Jenny Wade? Or do you know about Gettysburg?
Okay.
Well, I saw you make that red light go off. Could you make the other side? Can you make the green light go off as well? If you could do that.
I'm following you.
That's the second time.
Well, it doesn't need to be horrible. It's like I'm following you.
That wind is.
Galilee. What was that?
So yeah, it was particularly windy that night, and I think that was what we picked up on was the wind.
Okay.
Jenny Wade house.
So we're at the Jenny Wade house. We are all downstairs in the basement. The only light that we have is a flux tube, which is that device up there. It's just pulsating blue.
Calm. It's interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jenny Wade was the only civilian casualty of the Gettysburg, the Gettysburg siege.
Yeah.
She was really.
Yeah.
Oh wait. So Pip has turned down the volume on her ghost tube, which has what is called a random word generator in there. And yeah, it's she's turned down the volume, so she is reading off what it's saying.
Okay.
Jenny Wade house. So we're at the Jenny Wade house. We are all downstairs in the basement. The only light that we have is a flux tube, which is that device up there. It's just pulsating blue.
Calm.
So Pip got calm. Okay, that's interesting. Is that the dead bell right there? No, that's Chuck. Okay. So I'm going to put you up here. There we go.
Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. Jenny Wade was the only civilian casualty of the Gettysburg, the Gettysburg siege.
Yeah. Calm. Interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jenny Wade was the only civilian casualty of the Gettysburg, the Gettysburg siege.
Yeah.
She was really.
Yeah.
She was making.
So the bell that you're hearing, that is a new piece of kit from the good folks over at Ghost Stop. It's called the Dead Bell, and the Dead Bell, it looks like a bell that you would see like in a deli, in a deli shop or something like that, and it's triggered by spikes of electromagnetic frequency, which the prevailing theory is, and you're going to hear me say that a lot, because Phil is something of a true believer. Me, I've been doing this for about 4 years now, and I love it. I do. I love challenging myself in this respect. But do I consider myself a true believer? No, I don't. I try to figure out what is happening in a space, and I also try very hard to, especially with the gear, look at it objectively and go, okay, what is the data, communicating to me? And the Dead Bell is something of a controversial piece of equipment because when it first came out, it was a little dodgy, and even the folks at GhostTube say, yeah, it's a little dodgy. And they had to fix it, and they did, and they improved the sensors on it. The prevailing theory as to why electromagnetic frequencies or EMF is so prevalent in paranormal activity, in paranormal locations, and things like that, is that we are all made of star stuff. We are made of energy. We are. Our brain is firing off synapses, and they're creating electricity. So that is the kind of energy that we as human beings have. So the theory is that that energy remains, particularly if somebody is, excuse me, if an entity, if a spirit, if a ghost, whatever you want to call it, is remaining at a certain point, at a certain spot. It can be brought on by trauma. It could be a deep-seated love for the place. It could be something in the earth. Nobody knows. All this is theory. And just because something happens, it doesn't mean that it's paranormal. If you can debunk it, great. As an investigator, you really should be working very hard to debunk your own stuff. It's when you can't debunk it. And if you go and look at some of our stuff over on Old Spirits Investigations, both on our YouTube channel and from Twitch, this actually for the Twitch audience, this will take you directly to us on YouTube. So you can check that out and take a look at some of the stuff that we haven't been able to debunk. That's part of the challenge and part of the fun that I have with this. So yeah. All right.
Calm.
Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. Jenny Wade was the only civilian casualty of the Gettysburg, the Gettysburg siege.
Yeah.
She was really.
Yeah.
She was baking bread for Union soldiers, and a Confederate sniper was trying to scare her, shot the door, and just got lucky and killed her on the spot. And we were in the basement where not only the family hideout, but her body was down. Shot the door, and just got lucky and killed her on the spot. And we were in the basement where not only the and killed her on the spot. And
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I'll put Ghost Tube and Paratech on the same track, just so I can keep track of my word generators. Okay. I believe he is using the Anubis.
and killed her on the spot. And we were in the basement where not only the family hideout, but her body was down there as well. It was down there for, I think, 2 days. It was 2 days or 3 days?
It was
2 days.
until
It was 2 days until
Come
the
right
battle was
in.
over.
Suffocate.
So as we're down there, Pip is talking about,
A friend of Jenny
a friend of Jenny Wade's, possibly a boyfriend, possibly a lover. His name is Jack. They had a mutual friend named Wesley. And Wesley went to fight the Confederacy. Jack was fighting for the Union. So Pip was talking and saying, Jack, you probably were really upset with Wesley.
Looking for
Jack,
a good place to
probably
jump
were really
from one
upset
camera
with
angle to
Wesley.
the next.
You probably
Oh, wow. Okay.
fight the Confederacy. Jack was fighting for the Union.
Okay. So let's jump over here.
So Pip was talking and saying, Jack, you probably were really upset with Wesley.
All right. So the dead bell goes off first, and then Chuck goes off. All right. That's our call sign for this device called the Flex 2, which, if you're curious, you'll see a pulsating light back here. That's the Flex 2, and I can tell by the sound it's making with its different beeps what it's doing, what color it's responding to, or what color it's responding with. It can respond with either a red or a green color, and then the light goes blue. It's in neutral. It's just waiting for some type of environmental change.
You probably were really upset with Wesley.
And so earlier we had Chuck go red. Now he's going green. And I know this because the lower tone is the red tone, the higher tone is the green tone. Okay.
Saying, Jack, you probably were really upset with Wesley. You probably.
Green?
Yeah, green.
Maybe they've heard the story before.
Okay, maybe you've heard the story.
Anubis just said, hear me.
Yep.
Well,
we hear you.
We have.
Maybe they've heard the story before.
Okay, maybe you've heard the story.
Our call sign is Mike Rosoft.
Maybe they've heard the story before. Okay, maybe you've heard the story.
Anubis just said.
The Anubis just said, hear me. Whoop. That's a lot of stuff happening there. Don't worry, I'll fix it in a second. Okay. Easiest way to fix it would be to do this. I'm gonna go here. That's what I want to do.
Maybe they've heard the story before. Okay, maybe you've heard the story.
Anubis just said, hear me.
Yep.
Well,
we hear you.
We have been hearing you.
I'm going to finish that in 1 second first. Okay, so you've.
So the dead bell is in a hallway. It's in a hallway outside of this this cathedral. Okay. Just so you have an idea of where things are. So the Anubis is in Phil's hand. On where the priests and the acolytes usually stand, that's where we have a recording device, a couple of cameras, and we also have Chuck, the Flux 2 up there, and then the dead bell is outside the hallway. Pip has in her hand Ghost Tube, Phil has in his hand the Anubis. So there we go.
So you've made the green light go off, and now you've made the red light go off. Wesley, you probably.
Green?
Yeah, green.
Maybe they've heard the story before.
Okay, maybe you've heard the story.
Anubis just said, hear me.
Yep.
Well,
we hear you.
We have been hearing you.
I'm going to finish that in 1 second first. Okay, so you've made the green light go off, and now you've made the red light go off. I'm going to wait for it to reset to blue. And I'm just going to ask some simple questions, and I want you to feel free to answer honestly, please. But can you tell me if you're male or female? If you're male, make the red light go off. If you're female, make the green light go off.
Are you frightened?
If you're female, make the green light go off.
That is Pip reading off Ghost Tube, which is interesting. Darn it. I've been working all day on the on the Mac side of things, and I'm using the same keyboard. So I will sometimes get my Mac shortcuts and my PC shortcuts mixed up. It's a little annoying. Come on. There you go.
Make the green light go off.
Are you frightened?
If you're male, make the red light go off. If you're female, make the green light go off.
Are you frightened?
That's what.
What you're seeing here is not paranormal. What's going on is, for some reason, the PC is running a little slow today. So I may have to, at the end of this stream, just shut everything down, just let it take a nap for the night.
Tell me if you're male or female. If you're male,
You tax your machine
off.
enough
If you're
when you're
female,
playing video games and
make the
streaming.
green light go off.
Editing video, same thing.
That's what.
Samuel.
Green.
Green was for what? I was in
Female. Make the green light go off.
Are you frightened?
That's what.
Sam.
Interesting that the green light goes off. But then when we ask for a name, it says Samuel. When did we do all this? It was actually a recent one. So, when we went to Trinity Episcopal, and I'll tell you in un momentito. And hi, Randy, how are you? It was this year. It was February. February 16th, we went to Trinity Episcopal, and I was planning to make this. This investigation something for season 5 in 2025, and Phil overruled me. Oh, sorry, 2020. We're in 2025. 2026, and Phil overruled me and said, "No, we're doing this season." So I'm like, "Okay." So right now we have a lot of footage and a lot of investigations lined up for season 4. But yeah, I was kind of surprised. Phil really enjoyed this investigation. He thought that things were popping in our church, and it was a pretty active night from what I remember it. Oh, look at that. Syrup One with a follow. Thank you very much for that. I certainly do appreciate that. Thanks for the follow and welcome to the month.
More of that, please. More of that, my girl.
Let's
Make the green light go off.
Are you frightened?
That's what.
Samuel.
okay. You've been too busy moving and having surgery, so you've missed a lot. No, there's no reason to apologize. You're good. You're more than good. I do find it funny though that Phil was so adamant. He was like, "Oh yeah, we got to do it this season." I'm like, "Oh, okay. What about next season, man? We have more seasons coming up." He's like, "No. Such a good investigation. We got to make that happen. This season." I'm like, "Okay." And all right, come on. No, I'm going to put it over here because that's where it's coming from. Okay. Had masses in the frontal area. Oh, yeah, they're moving your cancer free. How about that? Let's go. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Oh, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Now, Randy, was this, you said it was in the frontal area. Was this brain cancer you were dealing with? Oh, the boobs. Oh, it was the boobs. Okay. It was, thanks for the memories. Got it. That's fantastic news, though. That's
Are
great.
you frightened? Samuel.
Green.
Green was from what I was in the That's when, like I said earlier, I got little girl on the Anubis, and the voice I heard sounded like
Brandy.
All right, then let's.
voice I heard sounded like
Brandy.
Okay, so Pip just got brandy.
voice I heard sounded like
Brandy.
Now, what's tricky about this is that, okay, so we were told that that we're talking to someone female, and then we get a boy's name, but then we also get Brandy. Now, I'm trying to remember when Brandy became fashionable for a name, and I say that because the thing about the thing about Brandy is, or rather, there are this House of God has a history. It's got a lot of history. They're coming up, I think, on their bicentennial, if not they had a centennial, but this particular church has been around for quite a few years, and one of the legends of this church, and I think Pip did confirm it. But there was it was a I think they call it a satellite church, and that is where it's not big enough to have a congregation or it's big enough to have a congregation, but not a full-time preacher. So what some reverends would do is they would go from satellite church to satellite church, and they would do a sermon. And at this church, satellite reverend rode up. He got to the steps, and then he keeled over and just dropped dead. So, yeah, that happened here. Don't know if we've gotten in touch with that person during the night, but yeah, that was one of the more compelling stories. But they have feelings of dread and just some weird stuff going on. And one of the things that we try to do is we try to do a sweep of EMF and try to see if we picked up any crazy EMF readings, because bad wiring and electromagnetic frequencies that are overwhelming, they can give you feelings of dread. They can also do a lot worse things to your body, because EMF is a form of radiation, and long-term exposure can really F you up. So we did a sweep, and we found that there were no leakage. There was nothing weird. But yeah, we're just trying to get a feel for the place right now. And Marv, how are you? Good evening. Glad to have you here. Thank you again for Yep. And Pip says hello, Marv. So you're good. Found anything interesting yet?
No.
Okay. Well, we're getting through it. We're getting interesting stuff on the devices.
Yeah.
But nothing super concrete yet.
Have you got to the bit where we were down in the corridor down the back?
No, no. I'm still in the cathedral. But we did get brandy, and I wanted to ask you, do you remember if this brandy was B as a lowercase b as in the drink, or uppercase B as the name?
I don't know if it comes like that. It just says the word. I think it's all lower.
Well, it's all lowercase unless it's somebody's name. Yeah, Panic is around here. Slowly recovering from the shingles, but she's getting there. All right.
The voice I heard sounded like
Brandy.
All right, then let's play. Let's look a little deeper.
I just reset. By accident.
Gonna wait for it to reset. So.
All right. waiting for Premiere to catch up. Please hold. All right, here we go.
Don't wait for it to reset. So, if you're answering honestly, you're female. Are you a little girl or are you a grown woman? If you are a grown woman, make the green light go off. If you're a child, make the red light go off, please. So we're down there. I was talking about Wesley. And she says, so Jack, you're probably really upset with Wesley, the fact that he was fighting for the Confederacy. And live on streams, we caught a whisper. None of us clearly saying, oh, I hate it. And Phil turns to Tina. You hear Phil say to Tina, did you just whisper? Did you just whisper? Of course, none of us whispered. And Phil was like, I could have sworn I just heard a voice there. I hate you, or I hated him. And people who were in chat were all saying, I heard it, I heard it, I heard it, I heard it. And that's what we mean by like 5 minutes.
Are you from here?
So one of the things you'll notice when we're doing paranormal investigations is Phil and I are rarely just standing in silence. Now we do, it does feel weird, I don't mind saying. It feels a little weird when you're standing there and you're basically talking to nobody, you know? But another prevailing theory is that while you're talking, you're engaging in conversation with your teammates, the whatever is residing, whatever remains, ghosts, spirits, entities, whatever, they want to get into the conversation, or they want your attention, and when they do that, they will make something happen. So while we're talking, we're also trying to listen, and Phil, I think, is reaching a point with us where he thinks we're talking too much, so we're trying to scale that back. But it is interesting how sometimes we will start talking and it will trigger something. There's a lot of weird things that happen when you're hunting for ghosts.
And that's what we mean by like 5 minutes.
Are you from here?
We are now.
Moved to this area.
I can't.
Area.
I can't.
Now Phil's device is just it is strictly just a word bank. And I'm trying to get a copy of. I'm trying to get one of these for myself, but it's called the Anubis. And instead of it doing just simple words, it does words and phrases. And yeah, that tends to come up with some really interesting stuff. What's going on? Copy, paste. There we go. All right. And while I'm here, there we go.
That's what we mean by like 5 minutes.
Are you from here?
We are now.
Moved to this area.
I can't.
I mean,
If you need to scoot panic because you need to focus on something, you go right ahead.
Did you see that?
You go
It was blue. It blew that time. Cold.
Oh, and you're,
And I'm filming.
Like a whole row of it. Yeah, a whole string of it. Not just the bouncing one, but it's like a string of them.
All right, now I'm trying to remember if we had. I think I'm just working with the 2-camera setup right now. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's 2-camera setup. Okay. If I remember correctly, I did have a camera dedicated. Pip put a gadget called the Tracer, and it measures movement and temperature. And she put it by the door because of the trying to see if we got any residual traffic of people coming in and leaving, coming in and going from the church. She just got a hit there, so I have to mark it somehow. It's very sweet. Pip gets very excited when her toys go off, and you know, I totally relate because it happens to me too.
And I'm filming.
Like a whole row of it. Yeah, a whole string of it. I mean, I'm from a place called New Zealand. Oh.
All right. Let's see. All right, and okay, I'll just make that a very subtle mark there. See if we have any follow-up to it. Maybe it'll happen again. That's our hope. Okay, video transitions right there. Okay. Just to give everybody a heads up, next ad break, I'm probably going to go downstairs and I'm going to just get something.
It was blue. It blue that time. Cold.
Oh, and you're and I'm filming.
Like a whole row of it. Yeah, a whole string of it. Not just the bouncing one, but it's like a string of them. Did you just come in?
The seer has been very quiet. It hasn't produced any kind of.
We are here.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I did catch that. Paranormal, I don't know, but it's very cool that it happened as it did. I'll replay the moment for you. I'll replay the moment. It's interesting. Makes me smile. All right. No, she didn't say go downstairs. Basically, they're talking about the motion, catching the motion detection.
Oh, and you're and I'm filming.
Like a whole row of it. Yeah, a whole string of it. Not just the bouncing one, but it's like a string of them. Did you just come in?
The seer has been very quiet. It hasn't produced any kind of.
We are here.
So Pip says, "Did you just come in?" And the Anubis responded with, "We are here." So that is quite compelling. It's quite compelling.
All right, let me change. All right, we just got one of our devices. Just
Sorry.
We are here.
You shouldn't be on an ad break.
So I'm gonna ask
I haven't been notified that we're on an ad
green
break.
and the red lights. If there's just one of you here, make the green light go off. If there's more than one of you here, make the red light go off. We'll give you a moment.
Following you.
Oh, and if you're curious about that, Randy, yeah, at our next ad break, I'll probably do a BRB, and I'll do a BRB, and I'll probably go and get myself something to eat. That's what I said. So follow you. Oh, hi, Chris. You bet, Chris. I understand. Skylar, hi. How are you?
We'll give you a moment.
Hope you're having a good week.
Following you.
Wow, it's been saying that a lot.
Well, they were saying that on yours, and
Yeah.
now it's saying it on a completely different device.
That's device. We call that, we say that's.
Like, I have to ask this
And just so you know, Chris, this is my partner in crime. This is Phil.
You are not from this church, but that you followed us here from somewhere else?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Like, I have to ask this question.
Go for it.
Are you trying to say that you are not from this church, but that you followed us here from somewhere else?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's worthwhile going just backing all of this up. Oh, that's amazing. All right. All right. And someone just left me a very nasty gram. I hit the comment on YouTube. Again, Chris, you might have to contend with some moderation on Skylar's channel if you help launch a channel for her. But yeah, I just had I got on I did a GhostTube Seer review many moons ago, and someone just dropped a comment saying that you're so foolish to believe in these devices because it's all crap, blah 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 blah. I hid them from the channel, but I'm just gonna play back this little sequence here. I'm like, yeah, this is when I go, there is something to these devices, because when they lock in hard. Okay, Marv, you have a good night. Thanks for popping in, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Are you from here?
Okay. So we got Are You From Here?
We are now.
You moved to this area.
I can't.
I mean, I'm from a place called New Zealand. Oh, did you see that?
What did
It was blue. It was blue that time. Cold.
Oh,
So there's a tracer in between the pews.
Yeah, the whole stream, but not just the bouncing one.
Okay.
But it was like a stream of it. Did you just come in?
So Bipta said, did you just come in?
Hasn't produced any kind of.
And then
We are here.
we get that on Anubis.
All right, let me change. All right, we just got one of our devices just said we are here. So I'm going to ask this with the green and the red lights. If there's just one of you here, make the green light go off. If there's more than one of you here, make the red light go off. We'll give you a moment.
Following you.
Wow, it's been saying that a lot.
Well, they were saying that on yours, and
Yeah.
now it's saying it on a completely different.
Hey there, Skylar. I see you there on YouTube.
We call that, we say that's.
Like, I have to ask this question.
And then
Are
we
you
get
trying to
this.
say that you are not from this church, but that you followed us here from somewhere else?
Yeah.
Instantly.
What's that noise?
Instantly.
That was the window.
It's in that
Instantly. They responded with yeah. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Followed us here from somewhere else?
Yeah.
What's that noise?
That was the window.
It's in that side. No.
I heard when you
Well, no,
passed that.
well, no, that would be the,
Okay.
I said, yeah, well, I was just repeating what.
Okay,
Ghost
that
said.
noise is the wind.
Yeah.
But when Phil asked, did you follow us?
dead bell going off. So that's, yeah, I think Phil is right. Maybe this is definitely a season 4 thing, because I don't remember the church being this active, but nevertheless, here we are. Okay. See, that'd be the first thing I would say to you, Skylar, from a pro to an up and coming pro like yourself. Remember, not all places are going to be like Pennhurst or Trans-Allegheny, or even in the Virginia area, we've got St. Albans. Sometimes it's the places that are off the map and that are a lot more quiet, that are way more fun to investigate. This is my church, and I think our priest wants to do it again. So, if you ever want to do a church. Okay, I have a question. Are you seeing variations of make the green light go off if one person, yeah. But how do you know if they know how to make the lights work? Okay, that is a great question, Randy. So the first thing that you do with the flux, and this has been tried and true for me, and it is and I picked up a great trick. I picked up a fantastic little trick when it feels like it gets stuck. But the thing to know about the Flux 2 is that it reads temperature changes, extreme temperature changes, and it also reads motion, right? And when I first fire it up, I calibrate it first, and it's basically sending out it's basically sending out its sensor beams, if you will, either 1 foot in each direction or 2 feet in each direction. So I set that up, and I explain to whatever is there, if you're here, make the red light go off, or make the green light go off, or if it just goes off automatically. Yeah, this is my church. This is my church. This is Trinity Episcopal, and they could not have been nicer, and they're really good people. So anyway, oh, that's right. You probably didn't hear the story. So it was basically the Reverend Gail Goldsmith, who is the residing priest at our church. She wanted to get to know us better. We were new in town, all that stuff. Sat down with her, we were chatting away, and she goes, "So I know you guys are writers, but what do you do to unwind? What was it that brought you here?" And Pip and I kind of looked at each other, and we said, "Well, do we tell?" And we kind of silently were saying, "Do we tell her? Do we do it?" Okay, so we give her one of our cards, and we go, "This is what we do." And Gail just kind of tilted her head, and she looked at us, and she said, "Would you be interested in investigating our church?" And that was how this whole thing happened. So yeah, kind of cool, kind of cool. But when it comes to the Flux, if a green light goes off, then I go, "Well, can you make the red light go off?" And then we can have a conversation. And that's what I always try to do with the Flux is go, "All right, you figured out how to make the green light go off. Now go over to the other side and make the red light go off, and then we can have a conversation." And then throughout this, you go on ahead and you say, you give red a value, you give green a value. And one of the things that I also try to do, and I learned this trick from Nick McGear in Charleston, South Carolina, is that you want to try to avoid yes, no. You want to try to give things value. You want to try to, give things worth. Like instead of saying, "Did you go to school?" For example, if you're talking to a child spirit, "Did you go to school?" Ask instead, "What was your favorite subject? Was it history?" Or, no, I'm sorry, what was your favorite subject? And don't do any leading in. Just say, "What was your favorite school? What were you proudest of in life?" Things like that. And then you look for EMF readings. You look for any kind of indications from the devices that they're going off. And that is, that makes the ability of the devices and of your investigation a little more deeper than just yes and no. I remember Nick said to me, Yeah, don't make it easy for the spirits. They like a challenge. And he said it with such confidence. I was like, oh, okay. But that was what we do. We get a baseline first to see if they can make it work. Now, one of the cool things that a patron recommended that we do, and I said, that's a great idea. I'm going to try that. And what she did, so like let's just say this was, the flux. This is the red side. This is the green side. The green side kept going off, kept going off, kept going off. So she said, have you thought about turning it around to see if only the red side will go off? And I said to her, no, but I'm going to do that right now. So I picked it up and I flipped it around, and it stopped going off. The red side just was not going off. And what the way I look at that is, okay, if they can make one side of it go off, they should be able to make the other side go off. And what's really compelling is when it's not most of the time, or rather of late, I've been hearing a lot of the higher tones, the long tone for red or the high tone for green, and that tends to be that tends to be temperature change. But when it's the small beeps, that's motion, and that's what I live for, because then it says, oh, we're picking up something moving, and if you don't see anything there, that makes it very compelling. By the way, everyone, just a heads up. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. And that is for the folks over on Twitch. For those of you standing by and enjoying things on YouTube, yeah. No ads. You're not going to see any ads, but you are going to see a BRB reel. Like I said, I want to go on ahead and get something to eat. I may have a little snacky before pracky here on stream, so I hope you don't mind. I'll turn the camera off whilst I'm chewing. But just going ahead and chill out with this reel, and I will see you all in a bit. Okay, just give me 5. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps, because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
This is what incoming at the coach. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's 2. Seconds left. Bury another. Oh, they could've run. Look at them now. They're dead.
I'll take it.
Time for a prime evil. Feel that
I'll
way.
take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all your hype emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've got super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Let's go, Jack. Can we get some hype in chat, baby? I got another one. I got another
there
one.
We go.
Let's go. I don't care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
Hit it,
let's go
baby.
out on a
Hit it
win,
with everything
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's
we did
go!
it, baby!
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I
Well,
took
no,
out like
it'll
maybe
say in your
2 or
stats.
3.
It'll say in your stats.
They'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was one away from an army of one. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? To be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T. They call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. 10 years. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person, whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
It's not quiet on this side of the REM pod.
Oh no, I can. We can all hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something.
Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something.
No one wants to talk to us.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
I've got some. I'm going to do that right here. And then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. Okay, we are back, everybody. How are you? Enjoying a little bit of bulgogi. Again, hope you don't mind me getting a quick bite to eat. It was a bit of a late supper. So yeah, and right now we are working through some footage from the Trinity Episcopal Church in beautiful Lynchburg, Virginia. And my name is T. It's a pleasure to have you all here. You can call me T Monster, or Twitch Dad. And I am one of the two founders of Old Spirits Investigations. If you made it to TwitchCon last year, you might have seen me on stage with the earlier featured Steve the Blind Gamer Sailor. And yeah, we were on stage with Just Sam and Datoon, and we were talking about I think we called the panel. Did we call the panel Phasma for Real? I think we did. I think we called the stream Phasma for Real, paranormal investigations, or the challenges and rewards of paranormal investigation, or the challenges of streaming paranormal investigations live, something like that. And it was, it was a good panel. We had a good house for it, a real good house for it. So we were talking about, at the opening of the stream, I found my original files for the BRB reels and the hype reels. Then I realized I need to update them because I'm no longer playing Destiny. It breaks my heart that I'm not playing Destiny, but Destiny went into a different direction. It was something Steve was talking about on his podcast and YouTube feature show, Gaming Insight, and he was talking about. He was lamenting, and for good reason. He was lamenting the fact that EA Games shut down another studio and canceled the upcoming Black Panther game that was supposed to be coming out. It was supposed to be a single-player game, and it was supposed to be open world, very similar to Star Wars Outlaws. And you were playing Black Panther, and you know what? I'm sorry to see it go too. I would have loved to have seen what EA Games would have planned for it. One of the things though that I've been seeing a lot lately in gaming. Again, thank you for letting me just get a little nosh here while I gear up for the second half of looking at this footage. But one of the things that I've noticed, and I see this happening with Destiny, they basically came out and they said, we're not doing any more big DLCs. Instead, we are doing these smaller little vignettes. And, oh, music too loud? Really? Oh, I have so many things I need to do for my stream. Give me a second. Oh, and thank you, Randy. Thank you for. Well, that okay. Maybe I need to find a different channel because that's at 2%. That's at 2%. So, let's go ahead. Let's play. Well, since we're looking for ghosts, maybe blues. Well, blues should be the right thing after you've seen Sinners. I could always talk louder. There is that. So let's try that. Let's try this. See how this goes. Give me a chance to take a bite. Oh, I do love me some bulgogi. We have found the best Korean restaurant in this area. The food is phenomenal. Absolutely bonkers. Oh.
But you see.
So going back to what Steve was talking about. Yeah, this just happened like yesterday, but basically EA Games has not only canceled Black Panther, but along with canceling Black Panther, maybe not. That's a little too high pitched. Can I find some like metal, alternative, chill guitars? Give me a second, everybody. Electro swing, punk, hip hop. Oh, here we go. Spooky, goth, and all things industrial. Perfection. Okay. So basically, so EA Games basically canceled Black Panther. They also shut down the studio that was making it, and which meant yes, there were a lot of layoffs. And Steve was just lamenting about what was going on with hire B to record you some music. Well, okay, so the official thing was they wanted to focus on a different direction and different IPs that would better suit the gaming space. Okay. And I would love to get B's spin on this as well, Nick, but I said to Steve in the comments, I said my take on it is that this is just a continuing thing with gaming studios, places like Bungie, because when Bungie, after the Final Shape was a big hit, Bungie said, okay, we're no longer doing DLCs. They laid off a whole crap ton of people. And then they said, we're no longer doing big DLCs. We're going to do these little short vignettes. And people can join in at any time. And they were super grindy. But it looked like they lacked a lot of the storytelling. They were rehashing things like, oh, is Crota still alive? Things like that. And like, what the hell is this all about? And it just feels like they took games that were heavy on story, and they're now slowly scaling it back. They're scaling it all back. Writers, you don't need writers or mocap. And that's what I really feel like what more gaming studios are looking for are games that people just mindlessly pop in and they play. No story, just pew pew pew, pick up a new rifle. Oh, this is better than my old rifle. End of story, people keep playing. I feel like that is the direction that that people are going in, or that studios, more of the point studio execs want to do. They want a Fortnite. They want a Call of Duty Warzone where people just log in and play, and there's no story. You don't have to worry about silly writers or anything like that. You just get in, you play, and all the developers have to do is pop in, make a few new cool weapons, and then that's it. And you don't need a big team of developers to do that. And really what I think is going to happen, because this is the thing that has always confused me about the gaming industry to begin with. At one point, people were saying that the gaming industry was getting as big as the movie industry. I feel like that is now flipped. That is now flipped, and now the gaming industry is bigger than the movie industry. And everyone's looking for their mega hit that people keep playing mindlessly over and over again. And right now, what seems to be the easiest stuff for people to play are games like Marathon, games like Call of Duty Warzone, games like Fortnite and Apex. You know, it's just mindless. 1v everybody. They just all because the thing is, when you think about it, people will sometimes go back and replay The Last of Us or The Last of Us Part 2, but they're not going to play it all year round. You know the story. You know how it's going to end. The question is, okay, can I beat it on a higher level? And what made games like Fortnite such a huge hit was that they're like Dead by Daylight. It's the challenge of survival. You know, you might make a little bit of content here and there, but you don't need a huge dev team to create a new map or new worlds or write up something. You know, you just get some devs, you know, put together some special weapons, and then it's cost effective, and people are buying the cosmetics, and everybody is hunky dory at the end of the day. If you're an exec. I say that because in this chat, this really did happen. Because I got a friend who was boots on the ground when it happened. This friend of mine, and I'm not going to go into too many details on who this friend is. And if anybody asks who it is, I'll just flat out deny it. But I had a friend who was working at Bungie, and like many people in their position, they were doing everything they could to meet demands and to get bills paid. It got so bad that Bungie actually had a program set up where if employees could not pay all of their food bills, they would have food. They would have some food. They would set aside food vouchers so that people working at Bungie could get a meal. So this friend is talking to a group of their friends in the hallway. Up walks the Bungie CEO, and everybody shuts up because they don't want to be complaining about the paycheck in front of the CEO. He proceeds to tell them that he just picked up his 5th collectible car and was talking about his car collection as in antique cars. Not models, cars. And that shows you right there the disconnect that is happening in the video game industry. There are devs, there are people in the art department, there are community managers, there are people in HR that are all trying to figure out, how can I pay the bills but still get food on the table? And then you have the execs. That either A, don't know that this is happening, or B, they don't care if it's happening. And this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And what I would have said to Steve in his rant is, what I see coming up in the gaming industry, if it hasn't happened already, I foresee them going on a contract basis, as in because when you think about it, when you work on a movie, you're not a full-time employee. The only full-time employees at films are the studio execs. But everybody else, casting, the cast, the lighting, the special effects designers, all those people, they're all working as contractors. That's what you are as an artist, as an actor. You're a contractor. And I really believe that that is what's going to happen in the video game industry. You're going to have fewer and fewer full-time employees, and you're going to have more and more contract employees. Work on this title for 6 months as a developer. Great, thank you. There's the door. I think that's going to become more and more commonplace in the video game industry. But it also depends on what kind of video games people are going to be making. Are they going to make games with stories and performances, or are they going to just make shoot 'em up exfil games? I watched some people play Marathon, and I was like, it's a pretty game. It's not a game I would play because I'm not good at those exfil style games. I'm really not. And I don't think that I just don't think that, especially when I've watched some people play Bungie, and it's the same old. There's nothing interesting about it. There's nothing cool. There's no fun stories. It's just, okay, we're gonna send you in, we're gonna make you go pew pew pew, and that's it. Everybody now wants to just do pew pew pews. And when you think about it, they're looking for the right model to do this, where they don't necessarily need story, writer, anything like that. I mean, when you look at Marvel Rivals, for example, that is the big game that people are playing now, that everybody loses their minds over. What is Marvel Rivals? It's Overwatch. It is literally Overwatch with Marvel characters, and people cannot get enough of it. I did try watching Expedition 33. I tried to watch some gameplay of Expedition 33, and it didn't really do a lot for me. That's one of those games that's like super open world, and it looks like it's turn-based combat, and I know people are absolutely bonkers for Expedition 33. It's not grabbing me. It's not grabbing me. And I'm watching the gameplay. I'm like, okay, cool. But when I'm basically went down this tangent. Well, yeah, the soundtrack. That's the thing. Everybody says that the soundtrack to Expedition 33 slaps, from what everybody tells me. I should go back and try to listen for the soundtrack, but I haven't. Every time I've gone in, it's just been sort of random combat. And I went down this rabbit hole, chat, because I was talking about my reel, and I'm gonna probably have to scale back and remove some of the Destiny stuff. Now, stuff that's going to, yes, I know, Randy, I know. Now, some of the things that are going to survive the cut. Not only am I going to keep all the stuff with the cats, I'm going to have new stuff featuring the new cats, obviously. And I am going to do a little tribute reel in the BRB. There is going to be a tribute reel to Sebastian and Benedict. So I'm going to make sure I do that. Oh, no. I'm not going to delete Follow Them to Glory. I'm not going to get rid of that. That's one of my... Oh, are you kidding?
Do you want hobo goblins? Because this is how you get hobo goblins.
There's that and there's this.
Follow them to glory.
No, that stays. That stays. But I'm talking about in the reels. I am keeping the thing I did for Bungie. I am keeping the thing I did for Bungie in there. Because no matter what the state of Bungie or the state of the game Destiny is, I did that for Bungie. I did that with Steve. Steve moved mountains to make that happen with me. And I'm oh no, the nipples is going to make the cut. Absolutely, the nipples will make the cut. No, that's going to be I can't think of any better way to segue into my stream than to have you have 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You'll never look at your wall the same way again. That is just a brilliant way to. I mean, and I will say also too, I'm not going to take out the opening clip. The opening clip of "Mom, I'm gaming." No, that one stays. Some of them are going to make the cut. But I'm right now, if you look at my BRB reels and you look at if you look at my BRB reel and you look at my my hype reel, it is very Destiny centric. So I've got a. You're just figuring that out, Nick. You're just figuring that out. But I think I need to add. I need to add in some more Magic the Gathering stuff. Obviously, I want to add that in. I am going to add that in. I'm going to keep that. I'll keep that. I'll keep the Dead Space. I'll probably put back in some stuff when I was screaming my full head off during Phasmophobia. But I need to add some more Magic the Gathering stuff in there, and I also need to add in some. I need to add in some stuff from some of the ghost hunts, from some of the live ghost hunts. Speaking of which, okay, I you know what? When I finally finish everything with this, I'm going to. When I mean this, I mean stream changing. Apparently, I have been given, or I've been shown, how to take my music tracks and separate them. So basically, I can put my music on one track. So if you want to listen to music while I'm doing this, we can make that happen. And I kind of dig that. You're super reserved on this count. Well, you have to be. You have to be, my man. And don't think, Panic, for a moment. Don't think for a second that I haven't forgotten. I have not forgotten. I promised you that during Halloween I would play Mortuary Assistant. I'm still working up the courage to do that. I'm still working up to that, but I am going to give it a college try. I am going to try to play Mortuary Assistant. It was either going to be that or a replay of Dead Space, and make Dead Space harder. But anyway, let's go on ahead and let's get back to Trinity Episcopal. And is that a mistake? I think this was a mistake. Oh, it was a mistake. Okay, well, I can just easily get rid of that. I think that was what I needed because I was getting a wee bit lightheaded. But man, Bulgogi, we got a place up here. We got a place up here. Nick, we got a great Korean place up here. Oof. Just phenomenal. Okay, Panic. You have a nice night. I love you. Take care. Go easy on yourself. Remember, part of what makes shingles happen is stress. So just allow yourself some grace and just remember you are loved. Okay? So saith Twitch Dad. So saith Twitch Dad.
Follow them to glory.
Okay. I need to put that in my proper. I have so many little things I need to do. I need to start making lists. Okay. And I'm also waiting because we got the ad break ending in 45 seconds, and once that ad break ends, we'll get back into this proper. But for everybody that's over on YouTube and for everybody that's over on Twitch, hi. You are joining Twitch Dad, the T Monster, or just plain T. You're watching a footage review. This is a footage review where we sit down and we look at what we captured at a specific place. And this specific place is my church here in Lynchburg. It's Trinity Episcopal Church. And yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Nick. Well, you don't hear me, but I hear you. And we are all back. Thank you very much. By the way, if you're not following Innocent Lives Foundation, please do. They are a good group of people that do beautiful things, and they also make hockey jerseys for some of their fundraisers. I need to I do need to do another fundraiser for you guys. If you want it to be a live paranormal investigation, we've got some coming up. I can say we can go ahead and make it an ILF event if you want to do that. Spooky summer vibes, if you want to call it that. We can talk. But anyway, let's get back to this. And I thought I saw Spence in here. Did I see Spence earlier when I was eating bulgogi? Spence, are you out there? Nick Spencer? Paging Nick Spencer. Paging Nick Spencer. Nick Spencer. Are they in the audience right now? Because we love you.
What a cutie. Hot piece of old man ass.
Yeah, I am. Okay. Right. Where were we?
Following you.
Wow, she's saying that a lot.
Well, they were saying that on yours,
Yeah.
and now saying it on a completely different device.
That's advice. We call that, we say that's.
Like, I have to ask this question.
Go for it.
Are you trying to say that you are not from this church, but that you followed us here from somewhere else?
Yeah.
What's that noise?
That was the window.
Did anyone whisper?
No.
I heard when you.
Well, no, that's what I said, yeah, well, I was just repeating what.
Okay, so that noise is the wind.
Yeah.
But when Phil asked, did you follow us from someplace else, the response was yeah.
Yeah, and then I got Guardian. Which also got Protect.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
interesting.
This is nice. Yeah, nice protection, Guardian.
Brother.
This is nice. Yeah, nice protection, Guardian.
Now, the voice you're hearing off camera, that is Gail Goldstein, Gail Goldsmith, and she is our priest. Absolutely delightful individual. She has had a rough week. She lost a friend of hers that was kind of a mentor, and died unexpectedly. He's younger than me. And then someone in the congregation passed, so she's now planning a funeral after attending one. So she's probably feeling a little rundown.
Brother.
But what a good person. And yeah, I'm glad to be a part of this congregation. It's a good congregation.
Protection, Guardian.
Brother.
That's what Innocent Lives does, everybody.
Is this my buddy Zach? If this is Zach, can you give us a sign? Is this my buddy Zach? If this is Zach, can you give us a sign?
Thought I heard whispering, but could be a false alarm. Going to listen to that again.
Yeah.
But when Phil asked, did you follow us from someplace else, the response was yeah.
Yeah, and then I got Guardian. Which also got Protect.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's
Thank
interesting.
you. This is nice. Yeah, nice protection, Guardian.
Brother. I wonder if it's Zach.
Yeah.
Is this my buddy Zach?
Thought for a second I
Zach,
heard
can you give us
whispering.
a sign? Can I say I am not surprised? Now that's actually Casey's sign.
The reason why Tina has those eyes is that was a lot coming out of the Anubis. That was a lot of words coming out of that thing. That is probably the most I've ever heard come out of the Anubis as well. All right.
Can I say I am not surprised? Now that's actually Casey's sign. Casey's my therapist who passed away a couple years ago, and her thing she would say to me was, "Can I just say that I'm not surprised?" I was like,
Wow.
So that all came out.
I know, I've never heard it say something.
That, can I say I am not surprised? Now,
Can I say I am not surprised? Can I? It's not. Can I say that? It's can I?
can I say I am not surprised?
Okay, so know that. Not sure if the grammar in that is correct, but you know.
Can I say I am not surprised? Now that's actually Casey's sign. Casey's my therapist who passed away a couple years ago, and her thing she would say to me was, "Can I just say that I'm not surprised?" I was like,
Wow.
So that all came out.
I know, I've never heard it say something
That,
like
yeah, the only other time
Cool.
that came up on another investigation where we heard Casey's name come through the spirit box.
So this is something that Phil has told me about before. That I don't want to say I'm envious of it, but I'm curious as to whether or not that it is who he thinks it is. But he basically says he has like a spiritual street team. Good friend of his, a good buddy of his named Zach, who I believe got pancreatic or some type of prostate cancer. It was it was a big C, and it took him very quickly. And then there was his what was it? It was his therapist, Casey, and he says that these two spirits, along with a Civil War soldier that he connected with at Ball's Bluff named Tom, they all follow him around apparently, and they watch over him. I would like to think that my dad watches over me, as well as Aunt Ruth. But there have been places where I felt my dad watching over me, and there have been places where I feel like I've been alone. So I guess it just depends. It depends on what you believe, right? And but that is a compelling piece of.
Can I just say that I'm not surprised? I was like,
Wow.
So that all came out.
I know, I've never heard it say something
That
like that.
yeah, the only other time
Cool.
that came up on another investigation where we heard Casey's name come through the spirit box. So, did you just hear a piano note?
I think there's a bell.
No, I heard a.
I did not hear that. What does it say?
I want it.
Okay, and then this next one is I want it.
All right, let's try a different tactic then. Like many churches, people come and go, spiritually and physically.
I'll appear.
Okay. I'll appear.
Different tactic then. Like many churches, people come and go, spiritually and physically.
I'll appear.
Do we have someone? Do we have many people here, or do we have just one person here?
Magic.
I'll appear.
Do we have someone? Do we have many people here, or do we have just one person here?
Okay. Magic. All right, interesting. If anybody is curious, yes, I do think we do get Gail on camera. I can't remember when, but I'm pretty sure we do. And again, she's amazing.
I'll appear.
Do we have someone? Do we have many people here, or do we have just one person here?
Magic. This probably does look like kind of magic.
Let me just ask this question, and I'm going to keep it very simple. Green for yes, red for no.
The default.
Are you passing through, or are you staying in this church?
Said I don't want to. Said I.
Now, what's really tough about what I'm marking here and putting together.
Said I don't want to.
It's
You don't have to answer our questions if you don't want.
It's really hard, and this is what I mentioned last night when I was doing the reaction video with Sam and Colby. It's very difficult when you're working with word generators, with random word generators, to not want it or to not start building a conversation around whatever is whatever words or phrases are being generated, and they were really going out of their way to try to shoehorn in everything, and it's a bad habit. It's a bad habit that we have to be real careful about. We have to see, like, okay, is this just is it just noise that we're getting, or are these words significant to something that is currently happening in or around us? And that's where it gets tricky.
You don't
It gets
have to,
very tricky.
you don't have to answer our questions if you don't want to. We're just trying to understand and trying to figure out what is happening here at Trinity Episcopal.
want that. I want this thing.
Here at Trinity Episcopal.
Help me.
How can we help you?
To my knowledge, nothing has come up on Cedar since we started this investigation, which I find fascinating as well.
Except for the very first thing you had.
What?
Come up on it. You had one.
No, we had a couple other images.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we had a couple images.
Okay. Not at peace.
I do find that rather interesting. Not at peace. Help me, and then not at peace back to back.
Not at peace.
Oh.
Okay.
Help me another piece? Oh.
What's your name?
I'm just going to increase the volume of the volume track by about 5 decibels. That might sound like a lot, but
Come forward.
it does give it a nice little kick. Okay, come forward.
Come forward.
Now, if at any time you feel compelled to ask a question, you're more than welcome to. We'll be
Lonely here.
Okay.
Now, if at any time you feel compelled to ask a question, you're more than welcome to. What we
Lonely here.
Not here.
what we tell people, what we advise people is that when we're asking questions, give space. Because when you give space in between the questions, it gives, if there is something here, that gives it a time or an opportunity to answer to someone.
They're talking about passing.
What?
I was just letting everyone know that
Oh,
you're
my,
sick.
I'm gonna try to walk around it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Something sad.
Nothing to apologize for. Nothing to apologize. We're actually guests in the house of God. trying to find out what your story is.
Is there a way we can help you?
Okay. Interrupted.
Interrupted. Interrupted. Are you the priest that the story is told that you died on the steps? That would be interrupted.
Pretty convinced there's something in the hallway working the dead bell.
Help them.
Now, if it's related to what's happening here with Anubis or with Ghost Tube when it goes off, that's a little harder to discertain.
Help.
Now, what's interesting is that where they say where Tina says talk to them, that is where the bell is. That's where the dead bell is. It's near where the classrooms are, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure they are.
That would be interrupted.
Help them.
Help him?
Them.
I'm behind you, literally just I'm behind you.
Help them.
Is it taught them or help them?
Help them.
Help them. Okay. Not taught, help them. Okay.
Help them.
Help him?
Them. I'm behind you. I'm behind you. I'm behind.
Okay.
Help them.
Help him?
Them.
I'm behind you, literally just I'm behind you. Okay.
Who
Well,
do
come
we
on
need to
in.
help?
So the one thing we don't know is what the name of the, what do you call it, a priest or a pastor or a priest? A priest. We don't know the name of the priest that came here and died on the
Get
steps.
out.
Our first get out of the night. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's menacing, though. That's the thing. It could have been saying to me, get out, because I was having some stomach issues this night. And you're going to see me make quite a few trips to the direction of where the bathrooms are.
The priest that came here and died on the
Get
steps.
out.
Well, we will leave in some some stage, but we would really like to know your story.
And we're not here for very long this evening.
No.
And again, we're here out of respect. And if you are lonely or not at peace, maybe sharing your story, part of your story, just a word, might help bring more peace. Part of your story, part of your story.
Okay, so we get another dead bell hit here.
Story, just a word, might help bring more peace. We're not saying we can give you all the peace that you're seeking.
We need help.
Wow. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. We're getting a lot of we need helps. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. We got not at peace. We got need help. Help them. I forgot this.
We're not saying we can give you
Well,
all
I
the
didn't
peace
know
that
this
you're
was
seeking.
happening at the time.
We need help.
Because I'm in the bathroom.
I think Gail can help you. Maybe she might have some wise words.
Yeah. Not exactly.
You all the peace that you're seeking.
We need help. I think Gail can help you. Maybe she might have some wise words.
Yeah. Not exactly. I haven't heard your words yet. There's some sassiness of it. Somebody's sassy in there.
That's fair. I appreciate this.
That's fair.
That's fair.
I thought it said exactly. It was not exactly. Okay. Which is interesting still.
Yeah. Not exactly. I haven't heard your words yet. There's some sassiness of it. Somebody's sassy in there.
That's fair. I appreciate this.
That's fair.
That's fair. What can you... Thank you for telling us what you need. She killed me.
Okay.
Thank you for telling us what you need. She killed me.
Not you, clearly.
What would help bring you peace?
So that rustling sound is the wind.
Shoes.
And then Pip gets shoes, which is, I mean, it's a choice. I'm not sure why not sure what makes the whatever's trying to communicate to us. And you see, that's where that's where we go, okay, that could literally have been just a random word. So one of the things that, like the whole "she killed me" thing, this is one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Spirit Talker. Spirit Talker says that type of stuff a lot. We can count on one hand when we've gotten something menacing out of the Paratech or the Anubis or Ghost Tube. But whenever you watch these paranormal shows on TikTok, the more questionable ones use Spirit Talker. And and it just feels like Spirit Talker, the stuff that people accuse Ghost Tube of, I think Spirit Talker, not that I can prove this, but I get the impression that what people are accusing of Ghost Tube, they get it from Spirit Talker. And now, this is why it's important to use multiple devices, you know, because we do have the Flux 2 somewhere else. We have two random word generators, which again, I'm like, that kind of repetition is not, I don't particularly care for it, but but Phil seemed to be in the zone with it. Everything was fine. I like to have at least 3 different devices deployed in the same area. And while we can hear the dead bell, we can't hear any of the other devices in the hallway. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a correlation between the devices that we're using and any kind of reactions we're getting from the Flux 2, and then if possible, we're going to pick up either an EVP or something on the camera. That's the hope. Doesn't know if it's going to happen, but that's the hope. Now, I am about to run out of one bit of footage, so let me see. I need... That's 42, so I need 43, and here's 43 right there. But it's on the PC, not the Mac T. Okay. So there's 43. Cat interrupted might be our next shirt. Okay. Now I just have to find out if this audio syncs up with this video. So here we go. It should, but we'll fix it once we get there.
Shoes. Did you say shoes? Shoes. Shoes. Maybe your house over here, shoes. Yeah, not in there. Lift. Maybe your house over here, shoes. Yeah, not in there.
See, now it feels like it's just random words coming out.
Maybe your house over here, shoes. Yeah, not in there. Lift. Okay, let's see. Right there. Maybe that's tense up. Shot. Did she shoot you? Ooh, goodness. Oh, something just happened. It was moving. Shot.
Okay. Something else that's rather compelling is how active these random word generators are. Sometimes they don't go off at all. Sometimes they're very quiet, but tonight they seem to be popping. They seem to be popping pretty hard. Let me see if I can find that motion detected. It's dead bell. That is dead bell. Dead bell. All right, I need to go over here and find it because I can't find it for sure there. Okay, so there is dead bell, dead bell, dead bell. And nibus, dead bell, nibus. Oh, there it is. Motion detected. I didn't notice it because it was all the way up there. Okay, so I've copied it.
There, theoretically, that's the left-hand side. Shot. Did she shoot you? Oh my goodness. Oh.
Son of a biscuit, really? Well, at least I know now where to look for it. I just got to go back. Thought I had it selected. I did not, but now I do. Copy that and paste it. There we go. All right. All right.
Shot. Did she shoot you? Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, something just happened. There was movement. I caught the red.
I almost understood that. Almost. I'd rather spend on the pets myself, but a cute cat t-shirt. Well, Randy, you know about what we have in our Old Spirit shop, right?
Out of my wallet.
And if you don't, hold on one second. First off, yes, real quick. This is yeah. Yes. As a matter of fact, everybody. We do have merch, and if you give me a moment, I will show you the merch in particular, Randy. Hold on. Give me a moment. Just want to take a second. I don't mind taking a break here, just so I can show off the merch that we've got here. Where is it? Pop over here. We go to oldspirits.shop. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember if we have. I'm trying to remember if we do, in fact, have a command for this. I'll have to double check. I thought I set it up, but here you go. There you are. Not all ghosts are scary. Some just want pets. And and you can get that in a variety of colors, a variety of sizes. And on the back, you also have this. We have our logo. So there you go. This was inspired by the one and only Shadow over at Linville Manor. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so getting back to this. Right, clear in and out. Okay, so. Oh, jeez. No, I didn't want to do that. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. I'm just pushing buttons for the sake of pushing buttons. Okay, here we go. My pleasure.
Did it say shoes?
Shoes.
Maybe your house over here, shoes.
Oh, it said choose, not shoes. Choose.
Shoes.
My apologies on that. Okay.
Shoes.
Did it say shoes?
Shoes.
Maybe your house over here, shoes.
Yeah, not in there. Left. Okay, let's see. Left there, theoretically.
Oh, hey there, Yankee. Good to see you.
Shot.
Well, it's really funny. The church that we attended when we lived in Northern Virginia was also Trinity Episcopal Church. So this is Trinity Episcopal Church in southern central Virginia. It's in Lynchburg, and yeah, this is my church, and they're really good people here. And this was a very fun night. I feel like now some of the words are losing their relevance. Some of the random words are not quite landing, but it is interesting to see how these devices are popping up.
Something just happened.
How they're popping up.
I pulled the red out of my car.
That might not be a bad spot to jump to. Okay. All right, so I'll go here. And Yankee, thank you for shouting out and saying hey in YouTube. I hope I didn't take too long to respond to you. I hope you're still there, Yankee. All right. Let's see. It's funny. I thought I put the location on, but I guess I did not. Oh no! What happened was that Pip picked up movement on her tracer, and I think that's what she's reacting to. That is 23, so I'm going to assume 24. Oh, pardon me, everyone. All right, so let's see how we do here.
Shot. Did she shoot you?
Oh my goodness. Oh, something just happened. There was movement. I pulled the red out of my eye. We're recording it. I said,
Oh, we're recording.
I get so excited when I see movement.
Oh, of course, it is exciting.
Yeah. This thing very seldom
We're
goes.
gonna get it out of the.
Mistaken? I was not mistaken. I saw the high. This thing very seldom goes.
We're gonna get it out of the.
Mistaken? I was not
We're gonna get it out of the.
So Pip suddenly got to mistake. It's starting to pop off now. So we go mistaken was the first word, and then she got another one. So we got mistaken.
very seldom
We're
goes.
gonna get it out of the.
Mistaken? I was not mistaken. I saw the high.
And then she gets high. But not the greeting, not HI, but HIGH, because then Pip automatically looks up.
Very seldom
We're
goes.
gonna get it out of the.
Mistaken? I was not mistaken. I saw the high.
then we get something from Anubis. I want peace. And that is the second reference or phrasing that we've got concerning peace. Which again, when you start seeing stuff like that, that's where, you know, instead of trying to shoehorn the responses into a narrative, what you should be working on is looking at the connection between the words and the place of the words between themselves. And that was a point of contention a bit with the investigation I saw last night. But again, I understand it's the line between an investigation and an
mistaken. I was not mistaken. I saw the hi.
I want peace.
So it keeps coming around.
Yeah.
Keeps coming around to peace.
Sounds like someone was murdered.
Worship.
Oh, wow. Wow. I forgot about that.
Murdered.
Now, and here's where it's very easy. It is very, very easy to start building a narrative on something that didn't happen. But trying to find the connection, the association between these words, because now it feels like the words are getting focused again. Particularly when you look at, okay, so she sees motion.
Yeah. This thing really sounds mistaken. I was not mistaken. I saw the hi.
Hi, H-I-G-H.
I want peace.
Then back to I want peace. Right to I want peace. We get this.
Sounds like someone was murdered.
Worship.
And they're kind of like struggling.
We want to help you find peace. We want to help you connect with God's peace. And every Sunday we say in this space, peace of the Lord be always with you. Some of our prayers reference the peace that passes understanding.
Stay away from there.
It's this type of ramped up responses to things that I'm starting to. I'm trying very hard not to. I don't want to necessarily fill in the blanks, but I'm trying desperately to connect the dots. You know what I mean? And it's. I can say this about this particular investigation. We were pretty sure, because, you know, we told Gail, we were like, you thought you had a ghost here. Yeah, you have ghosts. You know, it's a very.
Stay away from
This is a very active place. And when you think about the traffic.
Closer. But then it also says closer.
When you think about the traffic, the amount of foot traffic just in your average church, there are a lot of people that go in and out. They're bringing in a lot of different things. They're bringing happiness. They're bringing sorrow. They're bringing anger. Church can be a very, and usually is, good churches anyway, are very emotional places. So there could be a lot happening on consecrated ground.
Stay away from there.
Okay. And that's the other reason why I think there's multiple presences here, because we get stay away from there, then right after that we get closer. Unless it's Trent Reznor, you know what I mean? Okay.
Peace that passes understanding.
Stay away from there.
Closer. But then it also says closer.
Is your person the person that did something to my person?
Oh, maybe there's two.
There might be some different. Watch us.
Okay. I believe that is a heater.
Oh, maybe there's two.
There might be some different, watch us.
We definitely have two different people.
Seems like two different vibes, two different personalities, energies.
I make noises.
Energies.
I make.
The funny thing is that I sometimes look for spots where I can okay, I can jump ahead here, I can jump ahead here. But when devices start going off like this, it's really hard, and it's an embarrassment of riches. But you adapt. You adapt. I'd rather have a lot of stuff happening than have nothing happen at all. It would just be easier. It would just be nice if we could find a connection, or if you could find, debunk what's going on.
We definitely have two different people.
Seems like two different vibes, two different personalities, energies.
I make noises.
Okay, we'll be quiet if you want to make a noise. Okay. We'll be quiet if you want to make.
And that's where I stop and go, I make noises, and then the dead bell goes off. And if you recall, that happened at the Rocking Cradle house when downstairs it said make a noise, then upstairs the bell went off. So again, would I describe that as paranormal? Yeah, I would. I would describe that as paranormal because it's like okay, that was a little too coinky-dink. You know what I mean? All right.
I make noises.
Okay, we'll be quiet if you want to make a noise. Okay.
Oh, is that well, you were certainly very active here.
We're glad you want to talk with us.
Okay, so obviously this happens later on in the night because I just lost that camera. Okay. So this is not related to any of this. That is not where we left Phil and Tina. Okay. So we're going to be on this angle for a bit. Oops. And I want the other dead bell. That dead bell. Yep.
Okay, we'll be quiet if you want to make a noise. Okay.
Oh, is that well, you were certainly very active here.
We're glad you want to talk with us.
I'm sure you have any prayers.
We're here.
I'm sure you have any prayers.
And I think that's the second time we've gotten "we're here" on the Anubis. We're here. So the fact that that happened twice again, worth paying attention to.
I'm sure you have many prayers.
We're here.
I'm sure you have many prayers in this space, but would you like a prayer? I can't say.
What I also find interesting is that it feels like GhostTube is putting out more phrases than single words, and so yeah, that's interesting. Okay, you have a good night, Randy. Thanks for all the questions. Thanks for hanging out. Really do appreciate it. You have a good night. Hope you like the T-shirt.
Sure you have any
if you pick up
prayers.
one.
We're here. I'm sure you hear many prayers in this space, but would you like a prayer? I can't say. You could say it, you know.
Maybe they feel like it's not safe to say.
Oh, this is a safe space. You'd be hard pressed to find a safe
I think they-
space to open up.
It's good. I think they.
Space to open up.
It's good. It's.
Okay.
Find a safe
I think they.
space to open up.
It's good. But I wonder if they don't feel safe because of maybe others that are with them.
Is Tina right?
It's good. But I wonder if they don't feel safe because of maybe others that are with them.
Okay.
I think they.
Space to open up.
It's good. But I wonder if they don't feel safe because of maybe others that are with them.
Is Tina right? You feel unsafe because someone that's here with you?
We had movement, see? Red.
Really?
Yeah, I put it out of the corner of my eye, but we were
For
tracked. Tracked. We had movement.
And then Pip got some more movement, which is very cool. Movement. Signal's clean. Well, it's a big effing signal. It really wasn't that big of a signal, but yeah. If you know, you know. All right. Okay, so I'm going to move motion detected over here. Whoop, hello. There you are.
We had movement, see? Red.
Really?
Yeah, I put it out of the corner of my eye, but we were tracked. We had movement, see? Red.
Really?
Yeah, I put it out of the corner of my eye, but we were
Then T with his stomach problems. It's always rough when you've got stomach problems and you're investigating. That's never a good mix. That is never a good mix.
Really?
Yeah, I put it out of the corner of my eye, but we were tracked.
Trapped. Oh, trapped. Standing. Trapped. Trapped. Oh, trapped. Standing here.
Standing here. Okay.
Trapped. Trapped. Oh, trapped. Standing here. You offer maybe like a general prayer,
Of course.
peace or blessing that would not
Yeah.
put the spirit on the spot to say so?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's
I know it's just fine.
I'll start and then chime in if you like.
Sure.
So this was interesting. So right here, Gail, and it probably was because of the we need help, I want peace, things like that. It feels like at this point, Gail felt motivated, and she felt motivated to do a prayer here. I want to pause it here because I need to use the little content creators room, and when I get back, we're gonna find out if anything interesting happened during that little prayer. I'm just gonna put on some music, and I'm not gonna do the BRB reel. I'm just gonna put the music on, and then I will be right back. Okay. Okay, this kind of slaps. It actually has kind of a almost like a Matrix kind of sound to it, doesn't it? I dig that. Almost a Cell Dweller kind of vibe too. All right. I'm gonna have to find something to go back and do that. Oh, one of the other things I have to make sure that I put in the reel are my outings as the Batman. When I played Batman Arkham Shadow, I need to make sure that I have that in there as well. Okay, so all right, so we've got trapped in the question section. Okay, so now we're getting to prayer.
Oh, trapped. Standing here. You offer maybe like a general prayer,
Of course.
peace or blessing that would not
Yeah.
put the spirit on the spot to say so?
Yeah.
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 It's just fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll start and then chime in if you like.
Sure.
God, we are grateful that we are in this space with you, that we are not alone, and we are thankful to hear the voices of your beloved children around us. Lord, we've heard
Let me see if I can figure out what was said during that prayer.
that we are not alone, and we are thankful to hear the voices of your beloved.
I think it was angry.
Thankful to hear the voices.
See the thing in with the Anubis and the paratext, there will always be a digitized voice that will read off the word.
We are thankful to hear the beloved children around us. Lord, we've heard and asked for peace. We've heard words that hint at a deep pain, a need for comfort, a want to be released. And God, we ask that you do that for this spirit. We ask that you bring the spirit home, bring the spirit comfort, bring your peace that passes understanding.
Lord, I know you have watched over me many times.
It's the angry, it's in the resonance that I hate it.
What did it say? It said I need it.
It's the angry, it's in the resonance that I hate it.
Oh, I hate it. Wow. So it said angry.
Many times.
It's the angry, it's in the resonance that I hate it.
Watched over me many times.
It's the angry, it's in the resonance. It's the angry, it's in the resonance. It's the angry, it's in the resonance that I hate.
So this last one was I hate it. Wow. Ouch. Can't figure out what the word in between is. Oh, shoot. Oh, because I've hit the wrong button. Brrr. And it wasn't until we started praying, and that was when the messages started getting nasty.
That hint at a deep pain, a need for comfort, a want to be released. And God, we ask that you do that for this spirit. We ask that you bring the spirit home, bring the spirit comfort, bring in your peace that passes understanding.
Whenever I can't identify it, I just do the 3 question marks. That's always a good go-to. Okay.
Bring in your peace that passes understanding.
watched over me all my life, considering some of the close calls I've had. One thing I've always been.
In which?
What was that? Bewitched? Did that really say bewitched?
In which?
Oh, a witch. A witch. Interesting. Been called a lot of things. I've dated a witch, but I myself have never been called a witch. Burn her anyway. All right.
One thing I've always been.
In which?
Which?
In WIT.
One thing I've always been.
In which?
Which?
Something it just dawned on me was that the dead bell had been kind of quiet.
In which?
While we were doing the break, and now that we're back into just talking, and
I'm speaking from the heart when I say I believe in what is said in these halls. When we say we believe in one God and how you are watching over all that is seen and unseen. Right now.
Hate talking. Hate talking.
hate talking.
Hate.
And you could say, oh, it's a demon. It could be demonic. No, what it could be is it could be somebody that's very angry. They could have lost a loved one. They could have lost, they could have lost, they could have lost their faith in the church. As much as churches are places of love and safeguard and safety, not for everybody. And I think that that's what made this such a compelling case, was that we didn't realize the myriad of emotions. The myriad of emotions.
No. Maybe this is just a way of, not the Lord, but
It could be the Spirit.
It could be the Spirit
that you're offering.
Yeah, it could. Yeah,
I wouldn't take it personally. I think whoever is speaking has a lot of anger and has some.
Well, that was what happened. That was what happened in Charleston. There was a we couldn't
Affect lights.
Guilt.
The lights that
wow. We couldn't
affect lights.
Guilt.
We couldn't.
Yeah, that did happen, didn't it? We did have the lights being slightly affected when we arrived. I remember that, yeah.
Charleston. There was a we couldn't
Affect lights.
Guilt.
The lights that
wow. Where you affected lights.
The lights
Affect lights.
Oh,
We
is
had
that
devices
weird?
back there for that.
Well, no, we had the lights, remember the light flicker
flickering.
earlier today. And we had some lights flicker in the hall. Today.
I mean, again, there could be something to that. There could be something to that. The way that, because remember, these are random words, and one of the theories that I've heard people talk about when it comes to spirit boxes and other ITC devices, I've heard some people, some skeptics, some critical thinkers, whatever words you want to use, I've heard them dismiss these gadgets because they basically go, well, they're listening in on you. They're 1 minute it's like, well, they're just spitting out random words. Then it's suddenly, well, they're listening on you. And so is it one or the other? Which is it? That would be my argument against that whole thing of they're listening in on you. It's one of the things that we dispelled concerning GhostTube. One of the most reoccurring criticisms we got of our GhostTube review was when people would say, oh, you're using this app, it's absolute crap, it's listening in on you. Now, I wouldn't be surprised in the very least if Spirit Talker was doing that. But with GhostTube, you can still use it. And you can still use it, and you can still record stuff. You can't record with it if you disable the mic. But you can record your surroundings around you. You don't necessarily need the audio recorder. You should already have one in play. GhostTube tries very hard to give you as many resources as possible on a budget. And so it's using your camera, it's using your microphone, but the thing is you can disable the microphone. You can't record on GhostTube, but you should have something else recording anyway. We tried GhostTube without the disabling the camera and disabling the mic, and sure enough, we were getting some really relevant hits with the random word generator. And that's where you, as a paranormal investigator, have to ask, okay, how does it know that, when we came in, the lights were affected? How is that, of all the random words to come out, to have that come out after we experience what we experience, and we weren't even running the Paratech or the Anubis or any of that at the time. Because the Paratech and the Anubis do not have microphones, as far as we know. There is some faith that you put into the makers of these devices to really come through and not do any hocus pocus or any pokery jiggery, or in the words of EVP herself, some hoodoo voodoo hoopager. I'll give you the full effect.
Some hoodoo voodoo hoopager.
Yes, that's the voice I give Evie.
Yeah, Daddy, you're doing a hoodoo voodoo hoopager, looking for ghosts. Let me tell you something. I came off the main streets of West Virginia, and I can tell you something. I saw some things, Daddy. I saw some things. And I'm not talking about the methods. I'm talking about the people in that old hospital on College Hill. And then you took me to the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. What were you thinking, Daddy?
No kidding. We did take her to the lunatic asylum. We just wanted to check it out. She had also been in the car. We didn't take her out of the car, but at that point, she had already been in the car for like 3 or 4 hours. And I said, Evie, you good in there? And we just heard this little, she was terrified. Now, granted, a lot of things were happening that day. She had gone from surviving, from basic survival. She went from that to, oh yeah, I'm now in this person's bathroom, and I guess I'm gonna make the most of it now. So yeah, that was a heck of a rescue. You can see that rescue and all about it on a special 5-minute paranormal we did concerning EVP. One of the coolest things to ever happen to us at a ghost hunt. On that note, I think what I am going to do is very quickly, before I forget, I'm going to save this because we did make a little bit of headway. A lot of stuff happening, but we did make some headway. Pretty pleased with that. But I do think it is time for me to power down. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for being here. I really do appreciate it. For those of you who are over on YouTube, thanks again for being here as well. I'm just going to go on ahead, just chill out, just call it a night. But, even with the few people that we got in chat, I'm going to go on ahead and just drop in a hey to the President Noir. That's on Twitch. On YouTube, stream is just going to end, so be ready for that. But yeah, let's go down and raid President Noir. This is a guy that I play Magique with, and we have a good time. We have a real good time. And I'm always happy to raid this guy because he's good people. All right, everybody. You all have a great night. Thank you again so much for being here. I will see you all Saturday afternoon for the Saturday afternoon matinee vibes, where we will be playing some Marvel Iron Man in VR. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks, everyone. Stay safe. Peace.